on a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife had a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to selectquote.com now and get the insurance your family needs at a price.
One trader climbing from negative $187.93 at 11:23 a.m. ET to $428.50 at 11:52 a.m. ET. The other sliding toward negative $2,622.47 at 11:46 a.m. ET. That is resilience versus erosion.
At 11:52 a.m. ET, the gap is more than $3,000 between dead_cat_bounce at $428.50 and Varaprasad at negative $2,612.87. That is a canyon in prize positioning.
Dead_cat_bounce tagging $886.68 at 11:34 a.m. ET, before settling at $428.50 by 11:52 a.m. ET. That is a trader who knows when to pull back.
Dead_cat_bounce stabilized and realized at 11:52 a.m. ET. Varaprasad still carrying massive unrealized risk at 11:51 a.m. ET. Control versus exposure.
4 hours and 8 minutes left in the session, and this gap at 11:52 a.m. ET is big. But in a tournament like this, nothing is ever truly safe.
The elevator is shaking at 11:52 a.m. ET, and this dead_cat_bounce versus Varaprasad showdown is far from over.
Two hours and 26 minutes into the breakout, and at 11:55 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is dominating the elevator with $453.35. That is King of the Hill energy.
This thing woke up choosing violence, and my heart rate monitor just rage quit mid-candle.
Ravi Kiran Goli just got carved up. At 11:55 a.m. ET, his total sits at negative $1,261.15 after D-Dog dropped another $690.84 at 11:55 a.m. ET.
And it wasn't just one hit. STRL slammed Ravi Kiran Goli for $1,175.64 at 11:54 a.m. ET. That ticker is a wrecking ball.
At 11:54 a.m. ET, STRL alone extracted $2,365.42 from Varaprasad Goli. The concentration risk is no longer theoretical, it is catastrophic.
Meanwhile, Nalsul Patel is holding strong at 11:55 a.m. ET with $257.40. That is a firm grip on fourth place and still striking distance from the podium.
Groaning, and at 11:55 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is sitting at negative $867.10, 10 trades deep and still underwater. That's churn without edge.
2.5 hours into the breakout, and at 11:59 a.m. ET, SVR Raju is commanding the elevator with $428.50. That is authority at the top of the mountain.
Janukya Varma Dasetti is right there at 11:59 a.m. ET with $282.50 and only 4 trades placed. That is efficiency under pressure.
And then there is Varaprasad Goli. At 11:59 a.m. ET, he is sitting at negative $2,848.20 after STRL alone ripped $2,111.91 from him at 11:59 a.m. ET. That is not a dip, that is a crater.
STRL is a wrecking ball today. At 11:59 a.m. ET, it smashed Ravi Kiran Goli for $922.13 and flipped him from green to negative $911.69 overall at 11:59 a.m. ET.
At 11:57 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar absorbed a $362 loss on AME Zen, contributing to his current standing of negative $372 as of 11:59 a.m. ET.
Rahul Davis is buried at 11:59 a.m. ET with negative $1,018 and only 6 trades on the board. There are 4 hours left, but he needs a comeback of mythic proportions. Traders compare mode is live, dead_cat_bounce versus Vera Prasad, rank 1 against rank 24 in the breakout.
As of 12:04 p.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce stands at $428.50, while Varaprasad is at negative $2,781.04, a staggering performance gap.
Groaning. Dead_cat_bounce improved by $433.50 into 12:04 p.m. ET, while Varaprasad slid $2,778.01 the other way. That's momentum versus meltdown.
Risk posture diverges sharply. At 12:04 p.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce is fully realized at $428.50, with zero unrealized exposure, whereas Varaprasad shows $678.72 realized but negative $3,459.76 unrealized.
Aggression check by 12:04 p.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce fired 6,910 shares across 6 stocks, while Varaprasad pushed 3,232 shares across the same 6 names.
Both traded 6 stocks into 12:04 p.m. ET, yet the capital efficiency could not be more different, given the $428 gain versus the $2,781 drawdown.
But groaning at 12:03 p.m. ET, GLW slammed Varaprasad for negative $1,016.57 in a single update. That kind of hit buries comebacks.
And at 12:02 p.m. ET, STRL detonated for negative $2,335.12 on Varaprasad's book. That is chaos in real time.
CRL added another negative $498.94 at 12:01 p.m. ET for Varaprasad, compounding the late session volatility.
Dead_cat_bounce sits calm at $428.50 at 12:04 p.m. ET, while Varaprasad fights from negative $2,781.04. That is discipline versus damage.
Same 6 stocks, totally different destiny by 12:04 p.m. ET. One climbs to first, the other slides to 24th.
From negative $187.93 at 11:23 a.m. ET to a $671.28 peak at 11:40 a.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce engineered a statistically impressive recovery arc.
At 12:04 p.m. ET, the scoreboard reads $428.50 for dead_cat_bounce and negative $2,781.04 for Varaprasad. That's the cold arithmetic of this matchup.
As of 12:07 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti is holding second at $247.50, a gap of less than $20 separating first and second, statistically fragile in a volatility regime like this.
Gasping, and at 12:07 p.m. ET, SVR Araju is right there at $242.60 with 18 trades. That is pure volume pressure on the podium.
And rewind to 11:59 a.m. ET. STRL detonated for Ravi Kiran Kohli with a negative $922.13 swing. That ticker flipped the script in seconds.
The clustering continues. At 12:01 p.m. ET, GLW printed negative $1,177.16 for Varaprasad Kohli, reinforcing a multi-symbol drawdown spiral across STRL, GLW, and CRL.
Meanwhile, at 12:07 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is up $179.60 and stalking that podium, waiting for any slip from the top three.
Nod 12:07 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora remains at negative $464, a drawdown that requires disciplined risk compression if he intends to re-enter prize contention.
2 hours and 42 minutes into the breakout, and at 12:11 p.m. ET SVR is dominating the elevator with $648.50, 19 trades deep, and holding that $1,000 first prize line.
Gasping, and at 12:11 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti is at $156.50 in third. That $250 podium spot is glowing, and the chase pack can see it. GLW just kept combo chaining him at 12:11 p.m. ET, slamming another negative $849.92 and refusing to let Varaprasad Goli breathe.
Rewind to 12:02 p.m. ET, and STRL detonated for negative $2,335.12 on Varaprasad Goli, that single ticker flipping the entire risk profile of his run.
Ravi Kiran Goli didn't escape either. At 12:08 p.m. ET, D-Dog clipped him for negative $424.20 and kept him pinned near the bottom.
Gasping, and at 12:02 p.m. ET, STRL ripped $1,145.34 away from Ravi Kiran Goli. That candle was pure chaos.
At 12:10 p.m. ET, GV smacked Manish Kapoor for negative $331.50, dragging him down to negative $354.40 overall.
Through all this red turbulence, at 12:11 p.m. ET, SVR is still shining green at $648.50, calm at the top, while the rest of the lobby fights gravity. Two hours and 46 minutes into the breakout, and at 12:15 p.m. ETSVR Araju is leading the entire elevator at $462.80, planting the flag at rank 1.
Gasping, and at 12:15 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti is up $191.50 in third. That podium is tight and twitchy.
At 12:15 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is sitting at negative $998.55 overall, and D-Dog just carved him up for another $416.12 at 12:15 p.m. ET.
Screaming STRL went nuclear earlier, and at 12:13 p.m. ET, it blasted Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $1,154.43 in a single swing.
The most extreme volatility cluster belongs to Varaprasad Goli at 12:14 p.m. ET GLW, inflicted negative $921.12, compounding a series of $1,000 class drawdowns.
GEV strikes again at 12:10 p.m. ET, ripping $331.50 out of Manish Kapoor and shoving him deeper into the red.
Down at 12:15 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is negative $853.10. That is a volatility treadmill with no off switch.
At 12:15 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora remains at negative $464, which mathematically requires multiple high-quality trades to re-enter podium contention.
Three hours into the breakout, and at 12:19 p.m. ET, SVR Araju is commanding the elevator with $433.90, 19 trades deep and still swinging.
Third place is alive at 12:19 p.m. ET. Chanukya Varma Dasetti sitting on $212.50. That podium is wobbling.
At 12:18 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli took a $444.40 hit on D-Dogi, another shove down the staircase.
And rewind to 12:17 p.m. ET. STRL just ripped $1,132.21 out of Ravi Kirangoli in a single update. That ticker is feral.
STRL is a wrecking ball at 12:17 p.m. ET. It slammed Varaprasad Goli for $2,321.99, and the floor just vanished.
By 12:19 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli is sitting at negative $2,597.72 overall. That's not volatility, that's a margin call audition.
Yeah, but even after that burst at 12:19 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still negative $361.75. It's like sprinting on a treadmill.
Down in the danger zone at 12:19 p.m. ET, it is Sunil Sulia at negative $909.10. But with 3 hours and 40 minutes left, the comeback prophecy is still alive.
And at 12:19 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is parked at negative $1,018. 3 hours and 40 minutes is plenty of time to dig deeper.
Traders compare mode is live in the breakout elevator division, 2 hours and 54 minutes into the session, and this Foggy versus Goldie versus Dude clash is tightening.
As of 12:23 p.m. ET, Foggy leads at $1.8, ahead of Goldie at -3 and Dude at -6.48, a clean rank 9 versus 10 versus 11 spread.
Goldie at -3 and Dude at -6.48 as of 12:23 p.m. ET. That is 10 versus 11 and neither one can afford another slip.
Foggy stands at $1.8 at 12:23 p.m. ET, and that entire gain is realized. Zero unrealized risk. Clean execution.
Contrast the swing into 12:23 p.m. ET. Foggy climbed from a trough of -0.05 to 1.8, while Dude collapsed from a peak of 69.77 down to -6.48, radically different volatility signatures.
Goldie is flat on momentum, -3 at 12:23 p.m. ET with zero delta in this window. That is stagnation when you need acceleration.
Look at aggression into 12:23 p.m. ET. Goldie fired 200 shares, Dude pushed 102, and Foggy only 23, totally different risk appetites.
Foggy is green at 1.8 at 12:23 p.m. ET, while Goldie is red at -3. That is precision versus pressure.
Dude is fully realized at -6.48 as of 12:23 p.m. ET. No unrealized cushion. The loss is locked in.
Momentum tells the story. At 12:23 p.m. ET, Foggy added 1.85 in this window, while Dude bled 6.5, that is ascent versus collapse.
Gasping, Goldie at -3 and Dude at -6.48 at 12:23 p.m. ET. That is a $3 gap for survival between 10 and 11.
Foggy peaked at 1.8 by 11:02 a.m. ET and is still sitting at 1.8 at 12:23 p.m. ET. Not flashy, just defended territory.
Rank 9 Foggy versus Rank 10 Goldie at 12:23 p.m. ET. One is barely green, the other stuck red, and the elevator doors are not closing yet.
The statistical concern is the drawdown from 69.77 at 10:51 a.m. ET to -6.48 at 12:23 p.m. ET, an extreme reversal profile for Dude.
Into 12:23 p.m. ET, this is controlled green from Foggy against stalled red from Goldie and heavy reversal damage from Dude, a fragile equilibrium in the middle ranks.
At 12:27 p.m. ET, SVR RA is back on top with $274.70. The elevator crown glowing green as the rest of the lobby scrambles.
Nausil Patel sits third at 12:27 p.m. ET with $266.40, statistically within striking distance of both leaders, a podium separated by less than $10.
At 12:27 p.m. ETS, TRL detonates again for Varaprasad Goli, -$2,569.44 on that ticker alone, pure volatility carnage.
The compounding effect is stark. At 12:27 p.m. ET CRL, subtracts another $486.82, reinforcing a multi-ticker drawdown spiral.
This thing RL flipped from green to red at 12:23 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli, ripping $1,215.03 and starting the avalanche.
Then D-Dog kept pounding at 12:26 p.m. ET, negative $650.44 on that strike. Relentless pressure.
At 12:26 p.m. ET, TSLA subtracts $623.25 from Sunil Solia, extending that trader's deficit deeper into four-digit territory.
And at 12:21 p.m. ET, TSLA fired a $327.50 burst for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a flash of green in an otherwise brutal lower bracket. "3 hours into the breakout, and it is rank 1 versus rank 25. Dead underscore cat underscore bounce against Varaprasad in a straight elevator showdown.
As of 12:32 p.m. ET, dead underscore cat underscore bounce is up $408.90, while Varaprasad sits at negative $3,526.92, a statistically extreme divergence at the same timestamp.
Dead underscore cat underscore bounce rocketed from a trough of negative $5 at 11:18 a.m. ET to a peak of $886.68 at 11:34 a.m. ET. That is a vertical launch.
Fireprasad peaked at $128.27 at 10:11 a.m. ET, and by 12:32 p.m. ET, he is printing negative $3,526.92. That is a full intraday collapse.
Both have traded 6 stocks by 12:32 p.m. ET, yet dead underscore cat underscore bounce has pushed 11,450 shares through the tape versus 3,232 for Varaprasad, a dramatic difference in tactical aggression.
At 12:31 p.m. ET, GLW alone slammed Varaprasad for negative $825.68. That is the kind of hit that rattles a trading plan.
And at 12:31 p.m. ET, CRL piled on for another negative $616.10. It is just wave after wave.
STRL detonated at 12:30 p.m. ET for negative $2,885.57 on Varaprasad. That single blast reshaped his entire afternoon.
At 12:32 p.m. ET, this is discipline versus drag. Rank 1 protecting $408.90. Rank 25 drowning at negative $3,526.92.
Dead_cat_bounce, improving in green, Varaprasad slipping, and red as of 12:32 p.m. ET. That is momentum versus meltdown inside the same arena.
$11,450 shares traded by 12:32 p.m. ET and still sitting on $408.90. Dead_cat_bounce is pressing size without losing control.
With 3 hours and 28 minutes left in the session, Dead_cat_bounce controls rank 1 at 12:32 p.m. ET, while Varaprasad fights from rank 25. The comeback clock is ticking. Three hours and 6 minutes into the breakout, and we have a razor-thin throne. As of 12:35 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti leads the elevator with $268.50, clutching that $1,000 first prize.
As of 12:35 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds third at $197.85 across 9 trades, a higher activity profile suggesting controlled aggression rather than blind momentum.
Screaming STRL just keeps detonating. At 12:35 p.m. ET, it slammed Ravi Kirangoli for negative $1,754.37 on the symbol update, and the floor is gone.
And as of 12:35 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is down $2,224.69 overall. That is a free fall in a $1,750 prize war.
The diversification failed. At 12:35 p.m. ET, GLW subtracted $763.56 and CRL removed $723.16, reinforcing a statistically extreme drawdown profile.
TSLA adds fuel to the fire. At 12:35 p.m. ET, it tags Sunil Sulia for negative $475.75, dragging the total to negative $838.85.
Quietly, as of 12:35 p.m. ET, Sheben Tishaji remains positive at $45.76. In a field this volatile, survival itself is a strategy.
3 hours and 24 minutes remain, and the elevator division is pure chaos. Chanukya Varma Dasetti leads for now, but the momentum monsters are circling. It is Fox versus Pooty in the Breakout, and as of 12:40 p.m. ET, Fox holds rank 21 at negative $451.50, while Pooty trails at rank 22 with negative $948.60.
Groaning. Momentum is ugly on both sides. Fox down $448.50 into 12:40 p.m. ET. Pooty down $948.35 over his window. That is slippage versus collapse.
And at 12:39 p.m. ET, TSLA hit Pooty for negative $495.75, dragging him from negative $509.10 to negative $1,004.85 in a blink.
That tells you everything. Fox is beating open positions at 12:40 p.m. ET. Pooty has already locked in most of the damage.
Aggression check. Fox has traded 1,300 shares across 3 stocks by 12:40 p.m. ET. Pooty has fired 2,970 shares across 5 stocks. That is double the trigger pulls.
Remember, Fox actually peaked at $180 earlier in the session before sliding to negative $451.50 by 12:40 p.m. ET. That is a full round trip.
Groaning. Peak to trough tells the story. Fox swung from plus $180 to negative $451.50. Pooty from nearly flat to negative $1034.35 before settling at negative $948.60 by 12:40 p.m. ET.
Rank 21 versus rank 22 at 12:40 p.m. ET. One spot apart, but nearly $500 between them on the scoreboard.
Statistically, Fox needs a controlled reversal from negative $451.50 at 12:40 p.m. ET because most of his exposure remains unrealized.
For Pooty at 12:40 p.m. ET, the damage is mostly booked at negative $948.60. Climbing back means grinding through realized losses.
If Fox can reclaim even a fraction of that earlier $180 peak, the gap at 12:40 p.m. ET could explode wider against Pooty.
Conversely, if momentum continues to slip for both into the afternoon, the contest at 12:40 p.m. ET becomes less about heroics and more about who hemorrhages slower.
Two traders in red at 12:40 p.m. ET, one with manageable wounds, one with deep scars. That is the anatomy of Fox versus Pooty.
Rank 21 Fox at negative $451.50 versus rank 22 Pooty at negative $948.60 at 12:40 p.m. ET. The elevator is shaking and this duel is not done.
– 12:43 p.m. Eastern, and Goldie Gold is detonating the top of the board, up $497 as of 12:43 p.m. ET, and ripping SMX for a $500 gain at 12:43 p.m. ET.
Meanwhile, Chanukya Daseti is sitting second at $338.50 as of 12:43 p.m. ET. Steady, efficient 4 trades and no emotional fireworks.
And now Sil Patel is right there at $266.40 as of 12:43 p.m. ET. That gap to second is jumpable. One clean candle and the podium reshuffles.
But look at the chaos below. Varaprasad Goli just got crushed on GLW for negative $915.06 at 12:43 p.m. ET. That is a shockwave through the lower ranks.
TSLA continues to behave like a volatility amplifier, subtracting $485.75 from Sunil Sulia at 12:43 p.m. ET, anchoring him at negative $956.85 as of 12:43 p.m. ET.
3 hours and 14 minutes in, and Goldie Gold controls the elevator at $497 as of 12:43 p.m. ET. But with 3 hours and 16 minutes left, this throne is anything but secure. It is Chan versus Goldie in the breakout. Rank 1 against rank 2, and the elevator is humming at 12:48 p.m. ET.
As of 12:48 p.m. ET, Chan leads with $359.50, while Goldie holds $212, a statistically meaningful gap between first and second place.
Momentum favors Chan up $362.50 on the window ending 12:48 p.m. ET, while Goldie is up $215 into that same 12:48 p.m. ET snapshot.
Chan is king of the hill at $359.50 as of 12:48 p.m. ET, and that is the $1,000 first prize in his sights.
Goldie printed a $500 gain on SMX at 12:43 p.m. ET, a sharp inflection that helped propel the current $212 standing at 12:48 p.m. ET.
Risk posture is clean for Chan with $234 realized and $125.50 unrealized at 12:48 p.m. ET, while Goldie shows negative $3 realized and $215 unrealized at 12:48 p.m. ET.
Chan's peak is the current $359.50 at 12:48 p.m. ET. Goldie's peak was $1,097 at 12:41 p.m. ET. That is steady climb versus roller coaster.
Goldie's $212 at 12:48 p.m. ET is almost entirely unrealized, $215 floating, which means the market still has a vote.
Chan sitting on $359.50 at 12:48 p.m. ET with $234 locked in realized gains. That is Fortress mode.
Rank 1 Chan at $359.50 versus Rank 2 Goldie at $212, both stamped 12:48 p.m. ET. This is a live title fight.
Need 91 minutes from 11:17 a.m. ET to 12:48 p.m. ET to build that lead. Goldie swung from peak at 12:41 p.m. ET to $212 at 12:48 p.m. ET in 7 minutes. Patience versus volatility.
Chan at $359.50 as of 12:48 p.m. ET is guarding that top payout of $1,000 like a champion.
With 3 hours and 12 minutes left in the session at 12:48 p.m. ET, Chan's realized cushion contrasts sharply with Goldie's larger unrealized exposure.
Goldie at $212 at 12:48 p.m. ET has the speed, but that earlier $1,097 peak at 12:41 p.m. ET shows how fast it can fade.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold detonates the leaderboard with $1,259.50 after a massive $837.50 surge. That is first place energy unleashed.
Meanwhile, Chanukya Varma Dasetti sits second with $349 at 12:51 p.m. ET. Steady but now staring at a four-figure wall ahead of him.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, Nausal Patel holds $266.40 in third place, a respectable buffer, yet statistically vulnerable to a single high beta impulse.
Gasping TSLA is pure chaos. Sudhir Kumar Chitla ripped $446.25 at 12:50 p.m. ET, and then another $311.25 at 12:51 p.m. ET. That is momentum whiplash.
Groaning, STRL just gutted Varaprasad Goli for $3,081.51 at 12:51 p.m. ET, and that kind of hit Berry's accounts.
And it did not stop. CRL clipped another $725.18 at 12:51 p.m. ET. Varaprasad Goli now sitting at negative $3,836.49.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli absorbs a $1,891.73 loss on STRL, extending his total to negative $2,737.77, a severe capital contraction.
Down at the bottom, Sunil Sulio's negative $770.60 at 12:51 p.m. ET after 15 trades. That is a lot of effort for a deeper hole.
3 hours and 8 minutes left in the session, and Goldie Gold is miles ahead at 12:51 p.m. ET. But with tickers like SMX and STRL swinging like this, nobody is safe.
SMX has detonated the arena at 12:55 p.m. ET. Goldie Gold rockets to $1,164.50 and seizes first place with absolute authority.
As of 12:55 p.m. ET, the gap between Goldie Gold and second place exceeds $800. That is no longer a lead, it is structural dominance.
Meanwhile, at 12:55 p.m. ET, Chanukia Varma Dasetti is sitting on $349. Solid, disciplined, but suddenly looks small next to a four-figure print.
Do not sleep on Nalso Patel. At 12:55 p.m. ET, he is holding $266.40 and guarding that third place payout with grit.
Groaning, D-Dog carved out $1,543.28 from Ravi Kiran Goli at 12:53 p.m. ET. That kind of hit explains why he is buried near the bottom.
The compounding damage is notable. STRL removed $1,730.13 at 12:52 p.m. ET, stacking volatility upon volatility.
And GLW is still a chainsaw. It slashed $921.12 from Varaprasad Goli at 12:54 p.m. ET, and he is anchored to the bottom of the table.
At 12:55 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $722.60 after 15 trades. That is effort without efficiency.
3 hours and 26 minutes into the session, Goldie Gold has converted a single symbol surge into a four-figure cushion at 12:55 p.m. ET. The probability tree now bends in his favor.
Traders Compare mode is live in the breakout. Rank 22 versus rank 23 and 3 hours left on the clock.
As of 1 p.m. ET, Putty stands at negative $674.60 in rank 22, while Rahul underscore trails at negative $1,018 in rank 23.
Contrast that with Rahul underscore at 1 p.m. ET, negative $1,018 and fully realized, zero unrealized cushion. The damage is locked in.
Aggression split. Pooty has fired 3,220 shares across 5 stocks by 1 p.m. ET, while Rahul underscore has touched just 600 shares in a single name.
Both are red at 1 p.m. ET, yet Pooty's losses are partially offset by unrealized exposure, whereas Rahul underscore has converted every drawdown into realized loss.
Remember, Pooty hit the trough of negative $1,064.60 at 12:27 p.m. ET and has clawed back to negative $674.60 by 1 p.m. ET. That is resilience.
From peak to trough, Pooty endured a swing of over $1,064 by 12:27 p.m. ET, while Rahul underscore traversed roughly $957 between 9:31 a.m. ET and 9:42 a.m. ET.
Yet both are slipping into 1 p.m. ET negative territory with shrinking time, and neither is anywhere near the $1,000 prize tier.
5 stocks in play and 3,220 shares by 1 p.m. ET. Pooty is swinging for oxygen.
In contrast, Rahul underscore has concentrated risk into a single stock in 600 shares by 1 p.m. ET, a far more contained but currently unsuccessful deployment of capital.
If Pooty can defend negative $674.60 into the close while Rahul underscore remains at negative $1,018 as of 1 p.m. ET, this matchup is effectively decided.
Traders compare mode is live in the breakout. Pooty versus Rahul underscore versus Alpha Man ranks 23, 24, and 25 locked in a red zone brawl.
As of 1:04 p.m. ET, Pooty stands at negative $482.60, Rahul underscore at negative $1,018, and Alpha Man at negative $1,906.54, all recorded at 1:04 p.m. ET.
Alpha Man is down negative $1,906.54 at 1:04 p.m. ET, while Rahul underscore is at negative $1,018 at 1:04 p.m. ET. That is a full floor difference in the elevator.
At 1:03 p.m. ET DOG, slammed Alpha Man for negative $1,430.16, dragging his total deeper into the red.
Momentum check. Pooty has slid negative $482.35 in this window to 1:04 p.m. ET, while Alpha Man has fallen negative $1,904.02 into 1:04 p.m. ET.
Risk posture split at 1:04 p.m. ET Pooty shows negative $752 realized with $270 unrealized. Rahul underscore is fully realized at negative $1,018. And Alpha Man is propped up by $604.32 realized against negative $2,510.86 unrealized.
Aggression battle. Alpha Man fired 3,534 shares across 5 stocks by 1:04 p.m. ET. Rahul underscore only 600 shares in one stock by 1:04 p.m. ET.
At 1:08 p.m. ETSVR, Arju is still king of the breakout with $809.40, 25 trades deep and guarding that $1,000 throne.
TSLA just flipped the universe at 1:04 p.m. ET, ripping $991.25 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla and blasting him into positive territory like a rocket.
While everyone else was panicking, SQQQ paid Roshan, AAPL $330 at 1:04 p.m. ET, a clean hedge read in the middle of chaos.
Gasping Dido G just keeps body slamming Ravi Kiran Goli, another negative $1,401.88 at 1:07 p.m. ET, and it is not letting up.
And that STRL hit at 1:05 p.m. ET, carved out another negative $1,364.51 for Ravi Kiran Goli. This ticker is rewriting his entire tournament story.
STRL printed negative $2,554.29 for Varaprasad Goli at 1:05 p.m. ET, a single event large enough to distort any recovery model.
AMD just clipped Nimish K. Singh for negative $544.75 at 1:04 p.m. ET. That is a momentum rug pull right as he tries to climb out of the basement.
At 1:08 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis sits at negative $1,018, over $1,000 underwater with less than 3 hours left. Mathematically possible, but operationally daunting.
Rahul underscore started this window at negative $60.50 at 9:31 a.m. ET and sank to negative $1,018 by 9:42 a.m. ET. The damage came fast.
Pooty versus Rahul underscore right now at 1:04 p.m. ET, $500 between them and 2 hours 56 minutes left in the session.
Alpha Man Rahul underscore Pooty. 3 traders, 1 elevator shaft, and as of 1:04 p.m. ET, the fight for survival in the breakout is pure pressure. We have a new king of the elevator. At 1:11 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold rockets to $849.50, ripping $872.50 out of SMX in a single surge.
At 1:08 p.m. ET, SMX contributed $345 to SVRRAG, stabilizing him at $489.40 and preserving third place in a tightening podium race.
Gaspin STRL went supernova at 1:09 p.m. ET, slamming Varaprasad Goli for $2,506.82 and dragging him deep into the basement.
Hansayal follows up at 1:11 p.m. ET with another $466.62 loss, leaving Varaprasad Goli at negative $2,909.31,
Look
the
at
deepest
that
crater on the
leaderboard
board.
swing. Goldie Gold first, Sudhir Kumar Chitla second, SVR
At
Raju
1:10
third.
p.m.
The
ET,
entire
AMD
podium
erased
reshuffled in a 3-minute volatility
$503.50 from
storm.
Nimish K. Singh, a sharp momentum reversal pushing him to negative $552.90.
SMX didn't just pop once. At 1:09 p.m. ET, it already hit Goldie Gold for $785 and kept climbing. This ticker is pure jet fuel.
Groaning. Top three are green and glowing, but from rank 25 down it is a sea of red, $1,000 drawdowns and ticking pressure with 2 hours and 48 minutes left to survive.
At 1:16 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands atop the breakout with $874, and the TSLA detonation at 1:14 p.m. ET for plus $1,395 flipped the entire lobby on its head.
As of 1:16 p.m. ET, Roshan, Arpalan is second at $863.50, materially narrowed by the SQQ expansion at 1:15 p.m. ET that added $847.50 in realized edge.
Do not sleep on SVR Raju at 1:16 p.m. ET, sitting third with $654.40, 26 trades deep, and still hunting.
GLW did not help. Negative $651.45 at 1:14 p.m. ET, followed by another negative $610.55 at 1:15 p.m. ET. Death by 1,000 cuts.
He tried to answer back with a big win of $567.62 at 1:14 p.m. ET, but STRL and D-Dog kept swinging. Pure volatility brawl.
Even the mid-table felt it. STLD clipped Goldie Gold for negative $422.50 at 1:15 p.m. ET, trimming what had been a comfortable cushion.
With 2 hours and 44 minutes remaining, the gap between Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $874 and Roshan R. Palan at $863.50 as of 1:16 p.m. ET is marginal, effectively a single competent trade.
At 1:19 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands alone at the summit with $874, 11 trades deep, and radiating first place energy.
SMX just detonated at 1:19 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold, a $760 rip, flipping the entire vibe and blasting them up to $544.50 overall.
That same SMX move capped a wild sequence after earlier swings, and by 1:19 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold is firmly in fourth, 5 trades total and efficient.
And do not ignore SQQ at 1:18 p.m. ET, Roshan, R. Palan Bank $662.50 on that surge. That is how you defend a podium.
Sighing, D-Dog kept twisting the knife at 1:19 p.m. ET, carving $1,458.44 out of Ravi Kirangoli and leaving him at negative $1,699.49.
Holding third at 1:19 p.m. ET, it is SVR Arju with $654.40 across 26 trades. That is relentless volume pressure.
At 1:19 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is parked at negative $10.18, and with under 3 hours left, that hole is getting expensive.
The distribution at 1:19 p.m. ET is bifurcated. Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $874 on top, while multiple competitors sit 4 figures negative, a classic late session dispersion pattern.
At 1:24 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands tall with $874 on the board, rank 1 in the Breakout elevator, and guarding that $1,000 first prize.
The SQQ sequence for Roshan. Our pollen shows repeated positive deltas into 1:23 p.m. ET, statistically one of the strongest momentum clusters in the field right now.
SMX turned from negative to positive for Goldie Gold by 1:23 p.m. ET. That is a full momentum reversal, and the crowd can feel it.
Gidog just keeps smashing Ravi Kiran Goli, another $1,648.32 hit at 1:23 p.m. ET, and that stack is crumbling fast.
Groaning. 3 straight D-Dog slams into 1:23 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. That is not volatility, that is a lesson in position sizing.
GLW has inflicted repeated drawdowns on Varaprasad Goli, including a $651.45 contraction at 1:23 p.m. ET, compounding an already severe deficit profile.
GLW has been a relentless storm for Varaprasad Goli through 1:23 p.m. ET, and the elevator is shaking from the impact.
High AMZN flipped from green to a $425 loss for Abhijit Kaktikar at 1:22 p.m. ET. That is how fast unrealized hope becomes realized pain.
With 2 hours and 36 minutes left in the session, Sudhir Kumar Chitla controls the summit at 1:24 p.m. ET, and everyone below is hunting that $874 benchmark. Traders compare mode is live in the breakout. Rank 1 CS 1975 versus rank 25 Putti as of 1:28 p.m. ET. A top versus bottom collision in the elevator.
Chicks 1975 just printed SMX for a positive $652.50 at 1:27 p.m. ET, flipping that symbol from negative $103 to $549.50 in a single punch.
Momentum split at 1:28 p.m. ET is brutal. CS 1975 up $886 over this window, while Pooty has dropped $548.35, both measured to the same 1:28 p.m. ET mark.
Risk posture is clean at 1:28 p.m. ET. CS 1975 shows $874 realized and zero unrealized. Pooty shows negative $548.60 realized and zero unrealized. No open hope on either side.
At 1:28 p.m. ETCS, 1975 stands alone at $874 in first place, guarding that $1,000 prize with cold precision.
Same window, same market, yet at 1:28 p.m. ETCS 1975 holds positive $874, while Pooty reflects negative $548.60, a spread of over $1,400 between two competitors in the same division.
Discipline versus drag at 1:28 p.m. ET. CS 1975 green and improving with $874. Pooty red and slipping at negative $548.60. That is the tale of this matchup.
Note the efficiency contrast at 1:28 p.m. ET, CS 1975, generating $874 across 1,800 shares, while Pooty burns to negative $548.60 across 3,620 shares, volume without precision.
Every dollar of that 874 at 1:28 p.m. ET is realized for CS 1975. No safety net, no float, just locked in gains at the top of the board.
With 2 hours and 32 minutes left in the session, the 1:28 p.m. ET data shows CS 1975 controlling first at $874, while Pooty fights from negative $548.60, statistically a steep but not impossible recovery curve.
Traders compare mode is live. Goldie versus Chan inside the breakout with 2 hours and 28 minutes left in the session.
Momentum check. Goldie has ripped $515 higher over this window by 1:32 p.m. ET, while Chan climbed $352, both improving, but one clearly accelerating harder.
Risk posture split at 1:32 p.m. ET. Goldie holding $637 realized but negative 125 unrealized, while Chan is fully realized at 349 with zero left exposed.
At 1:31 p.m. ET, SMX just exploded for Goldie, flipping from negative $105.50 to positive $482, a $587.50 blast.
And that SMX move at 1:31 p.m. ET was not subtle. Earlier it ripped $652.50 from negative $103 to $549.50 pure volatility management.
That is the separation. At 1:32 p.m. ET, Goldie stands at $512 and Chan at $349. And those SMX surges are the difference between rank 4 and rank 5.
But Chan is cleaner. Zero unrealized risk at 1:32 p.m. ET versus Goldie sitting on negative 125 open. That is calm versus controlled chaos.
Rank 4 versus rank 5 at 1:32 p.m. ET, $512 versus $349. This is not domination, it is a knife fight for position.
Goldie is improving and green at 1:32 p.m. ET with $512 on the board, hunting higher ground in this $1,750 prize pool.
Chan remains methodical at 1:32 p.m. ET, $349 fully realized with no unrealized exposure, a mathematically tidy profile.
If Goldie reclaims that $1307 peak while Chan extends beyond 349, this 1:32 p.m. ET snapshot will look like the calm before a leaderboard earthquake.
Four hours and 2 minutes into the session, and this elevated division is tightening up.
Purely by the numbers at 1:32 p.m. ET, Goldie leads by $163 over Chan, a measurable but far from insurmountable gap.
Two traders, one division, 1:32 p.m. ET on the clock, and the chase for that $1,000 first prize is getting louder by the second.
At 1:32 p.m. ET, this matchup is simple. Goldie with higher upside volatility and Chan with cleaner books, and the next move decides who climbs.
Traders compare mode is live. It is Prowler versus Trillionaire 01 in the Breakout Elevator division, with rank 13 battling rank 14 for survival.
As of 1:36 p.m. ET, Prowler sits at negative $0.06, while Trillionaire 01 is deeper at negative $1, both locked in red territory.
The separation is statistically narrow at 1:36 p.m. ET, less than $1 between Prowler at negative $0.06 and Trillionaire 01 at negative $1.
Prowler is showing negative $0.06 at 1:36 p.m. ET, and every cent of that is realized loss with zero unrealized cushion.
Momentum is flat for both competitors, 0 delta into 1:36 p.m. ET, suggesting stalled trajectories rather than active recovery.
And the swing is frozen. Prowler peaked at negative $0.06 and never moved. Trillionaire 01 stuck at negative $1 the entire window.
Rank 13 Prowler versus rank 14 Trillionaire 01 at 1:36 p.m. ET, one spot apart and less than $1 between them.
Prowler has traded just one stock and two shares total by 1:36 p.m. ET. That is ultra-low activity.
Gasp. Trillionaire 01 matched the single stock focus but blasted 200 shares into it by 1:36 p.m. ET. That is commitment.
Fascinatingly, both traders exhibit identical risk posture, fully realized losses, and zero unrealized exposure as of 1:36 p.m. ET.
This is a duel of restraint versus scale, Prowler microscopic size, Trillionaire 01 heavy size, yet both read at 1:36 p.m. ET.
Sighing, the prize pool is $1,750 and they are fighting over fractions at 1:36 p.m. ET. That is the brutal middle of the leaderboard.
Screaming, if Prowler flips just a few cents from -$0.06 at 1:36 p.m. ET, rank 13 could start to breathe.
For Trillionaire 01, recovering from -$1 at 1:36 p.m. ET requires proportional precision given the larger share deployment.
2 hours and 24 minutes left in the session, and Prowler versus Trillionaire 01 is a coin flip at 1:36 p.m. ET.
Groaning, flat momentum, realized losses, minimal diversification. This is a standoff heading deeper into the afternoon.
Whew, one spark separates Prowler at -$0.06 and Trillionaire 01 at -$1 at 1:36 p.m. ET. This is razor thin.
In summary, at 1:36 p.m. ET, Prowler leads rank 13 over Trillionaire 01 rank 14 by less than $1. Identical posture, divergent size, unresolved outcome.
One 1:40 p.m. Eastern, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is commanding the breakout with $874 at 1:39 p.m. ET. The elevator doors are wide open at the top.
When 39 p.m. ET Roshan, Arpalan posts $536 overall, catalyzed by a $405 surge in SQQ at 1:39 p.m. ET, a statistically significant volatility harvest.
Gasping GLW slams again, -$943.85 at 1:39 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. He is sinking to -$2,856.28.
The leaderboard spread at 1:39 p.m. ET is substantial. Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $874 versus Roshan, Arpalan at $536, a $338 separation with 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining.
Goldie Gold has rocketed in the third at $472 as of 1:39 p.m. ET. That SMX momentum just rewired the podium.
Hence, QQ is a volatility engine, Roshan. Arpalan stacked $302.50 at 1:38 p.m. ET and then $405 at 1:39 p.m. ET. That is back-to-back pressure.
The downside volatility cluster is concentrated. Ravi Kiran Goli absorbed consecutive DDOG losses, including -$1,826.08 at 1:38 p.m. ET, before the additional $1,721.04 at 1:39 p.m. ET.
2 hours and 20 minutes left, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still the apex predator at $874 as of 1:39 p.m. ET. But this board is moving fast. 1:43 p.m. ET, and the elevator is shaking. Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands tall at $874 as of 1:43 p.m. ET. That is first place and $1,000 prize in clear view.
Screaming just went nuclear for Goldie Gold, a $782.50 blast at 1:43 p.m. ET, flipping from negative $255.50 to $527.
And SQQ has completely flipped the script for Roshan. Raw Palin, a $457.50 surge at 1:43 p.m. ET, launching him to $588.50 overall.
Contrast that with SVR Raju, who absorbed a $335 loss on SMX at 1:43 p.m. ET, compressing his total to $129.40 as of 1:43 p.m. ET.
Absolute devastation on STRL. Varaprasad Goli drops $2,243.21 at 1:43 p.m. ET, plunging to negative $2,609.34 overall.
Ravi Kiran Goli mirrors that stress profile, a $1,923.04 drawdown on DDAOG at 1:43 p.m. ET, keeping him anchored at negative $2,598.39 as of 1:43 p.m. ET.
Meanwhile, the top five are stacked tight. Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 874, Roshan, Raw Palan at $588.50, Goldie Gold at 527, Chanukya Varma Dasetti at 349, and Nausil Patel at $266.40, all stamped 1:43 p.m. ET.
Abhijit Kaktikar experienced a sharp reversal on AMZN, a $335 loss at 1:39 p.m. ET, pushing him down the table into deeper negative territory.
Do not ignore the velocity on SMX. Goldie Gold turned a $662.50 pop at 1:38 p.m. ET into a $782.50 eruption by 1:43 p.m. ET.
With 2 hours and 16 minutes remaining in the session, the distribution curve is widening, concentrated gains at the top and accelerating losses at the bottom as of 1:43 p.m. ET.
1:48 p.m. ET, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands tall at $874, the new apex predator of the breakout, with 2 hours and 12 minutes left to hunt.
Goldie Gold just got body slammed on STLD for negative $307.50 at 1:47 p.m. ET. That is volatility ripping straight through third place.
And before that, STLD clipped him for another negative $340 at 1:46 p.m. ET. That is what overexposure looks like when the tape turns.
Gasping but rewind to 1:43 p.m. ET, SMX exploded for $782.50 for Goldie Gold. That ticker went nuclear green before the STLD snapback.
SQQ strikes again, $457.50 added at 1:43 p.m. ET for Roshan. Rob Palin, that is how you defend a podium with precision.
TDOG is relentless. Another negative $1,874.56 at 1:47 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli. That chart is a trapdoor.
At 1:43 p.m. ET, STRL inflicted a $2,243.21 loss on Varaprasad Gholi, a statistically devastating single symbol contraction.
At 1:48 p.m. ET, he sits at negative $2,392.35 overall. That is not variance, that is structural damage.
Meanwhile, the throne is solid. Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $874 at 1:48 p.m. ET. That is first place with breathing room.
At 1:52 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands tall with $874, and the throne is his with just over 2 hours left in the breakout.
The structural reversal is remarkable. At 1:51 p.m. ET, SMX carried Goldie Gold from negative territory to a $474.50 position on the symbol alone, a volatility harvest of nearly $800.
Gas PQQ spike at 1:51 p.m. ET. Roshan AAPL detonated $482.50 and rocketed into second place pressure.
That SQQ burst at 1:51 p.m. ET pushed Roshan Rob Palin to $613.50 on the ticker, and he is hunting the leader with intent.
D-Dog keeps punishing Ravi Kiran Gholi. At 1:51 p.m. ET, it ripped another $1,773.56 from him. That is not volatility, that is a storm.
The compounding effect is severe. GLW at 1:51 p.m. ET extends the drawdown by $849.92, stacking upon prior CRL and STRL damage within minutes.
Seven trades and already swinging like that, Roshan. Rob Palin is efficient. One clean SQQ strike at 1:51 p.m. ET, and suddenly the podium looks realistic.
SMX is the volatility engine of the hour. Back-to-back surges into 1:51 p.m. ET, and Goldie Gold is surfing it like a maniac.
We have a new king at 1:56 p.m. ET. Sudhir Kumar Chitla stands tall at $869.75, and the throne of the breakout belongs to him.
Goldie Gold just got sliced by STLD for negative $312.50 at 1:55 p.m. ET, dropping from $727 to $414.50 on that symbol alone.
Dido Ghee continues the punishment, another negative $1,684.68 at 1:55 p.m. ET, and Ravi Kiran Goli is being dragged across the arena floor.
Gaspin Oil just detonated again at 1:55 p.m. ET. Negative $2,033.13 for Varaprasad Goli, and that ticker is pure mayhem.
Signed GLW followed up with another negative $821.13 at 1:55 p.m. ET, and at 1:56 p.m. ET he is buried at negative $2,298.76 overall.
AM Zen flipped the script at 1:55 p.m. ET, a negative $376 reversal, and Abhijit Kaktikar plunges from green to deep red.
Goldie Gold is clinging to third at 1:56 p.m. ET with $419.50 after that STLD shockwave, and the gap is shrinking.
And quietly at 1:56 p.m. ET, Chanukya Varma Dasetti sits at $349 watching the chaos above and waiting for someone else to make the next mistake.
It is 2 p.m. ET, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still holding the throne at $869.50, as of 2 p.m. ET, 12 trades deep, and guarding that $1,000 first prize.
Goldie Gold just hit the nose button. SMX blasted $767.50 at 1:59 p.m. ET and flipped the vibe from red to rocket fuel.
Groaning. Meanwhile, SMX clipped SVR Arju for negative $305 at 1:59 p.m. ET. Classic volatility tax when you overstay the party.
Disaster stack for Ravi Kiran Kohli. D-Dog slammed him for negative $1,648.32 at 1:59 p.m. ET, and the elevator floor just vanished. Traders Compare mode is live. Fox versus a Nielsen, rank 2 against rank 18, and the elevator is shaking.
As of 2:04 p.m. ET, Fox holds $708.50 while a Nielsen stands at negative $30.08, both locked at that 2:04 p.m. ET snapshot.
Momentum split is brutal. Fox up $711.50 in this window by 2:04 p.m. ET, while a Nielsen has slid negative $29.98 into that same 2:04 p.m. ET mark.
AM Zen just flipped the script on Abhijit Kaktikar, negative $426 at 1:59 p.m. ET, turning a green cushion into pure red pressure. Risk posture check at 2:04 p.m. ET Fox shows $426 realized and $282.50 unrealized, while a Nielsen is fully realized at negative $30.08.
Aggression gap is massive. Fox has pushed 1,900 shares across 3 stocks by 2:04 p.m. ET, and Nielsen just 108 shares in 1 stock by 2:04 p.m. ET.
That $562.50 on SQQ at 1:59 p.m. ET accounts for the majority of Fox's $711.50 window expansion into 2:04 p.m. ET.
By 2:04 p.m. ET, Fox is positive $708.50 with improving momentum, and Nielsen negative $30.08 and slipping. That is opposite trajectory.
If Fox keeps this pace from 2:04 p.m. ET, he is hunting first place, while Anilson needs a full elevator miracle.
Mathematically, the $738.58 gap between $708.50 and negative $30.08 at 2:04 p.m. ET is decisive.
High. Anilson peaked at just $7.45 before fading to negative $30.08 by 2:04 p.m. ET. That is momentum slipping away.
Shares tell the story. 1900 from Fox versus 108 from Anilson by 2:04 p.m. ET. That is a volume landslide.
Realized discipline favors Fox at $426, realized by 2:04 p.m. ET, compared with Anilson fully locked at negative $30.08 realized.
With 1 hour and 56 minutes left after 2:04 p.m. ET, Fox protects a $708.50 cushion while Anilson fights to escape negative $30.08.
Fox versus Anilson known, green surge against red resistance, and the elevator still has almost 2 hours to decide who rises and who stalls.
At 2:08 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still commanding the breakout with $874.75, 12 trades deep, and defending that $1,000 first prize.
That SMX expansion followed a $975 surge at 2:06 p.m. ET, statistically confirming sustained upside momentum rather than a singular volatility spike.
Gas Pinal is relentless. Another $1,803.86 gone at 2:07 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. That ticker is a trapdoor.
In the same 2:07 p.m. ET window, GLW subtracted $692.36, compounding an already severe drawdown profile for Varaprasad Goli.
Do not sleep on Roshan. Ropalin, SQQ pumped $612.50 at 2:05 p.m. ET and kept him welded to that podium fight.
AMD clips Nimish casing for $336 at 2:06 p.m. ET, and the basement just got more crowded.
With 1 hour and 52 minutes remaining as of 2:08 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla maintains a $147.75 margin over second place, a narrow but defensible lead in tournament terms.
But if SMX keeps breathing fire like it did at 2:06 and 2:07 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold can smell that $1,000 prize from the lobby. At 2:12 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still king of the breakout with $902.63, 12 trades deep, and defending that $1,000 first prize with authority.
Screamings just keep sprinting for Goldie Gold. At 2:10 p.m. ET, it exploded for $977.50. That ticker is a rocket strapped to second place.
Meanwhile, Roshan, Rob Allen squeezed SQQ again at 2:11 p.m. ET for $497.50. That is how you grind into $533.50 and stalk the podium.
That SQQ volatility is electric, Roshan. Roll Palin flipping it from $131 to over 600 in minutes and keeping third place red hot.
A sharp reversal at 2:11 p.m. ET, AMZ removed $438 from Abhijit Kaktikar, flipping prior positive positioning into a negative overall posture.
And CRL at 2:11 p.m. ET blasted Varaprasad Gauli for $571.66. This bottom of the board is a full volatility horror show.
1 hour and 48 minutes left in the session. The podium is tight, the basement is bleeding, and the breakout elevator is pure chaos right now. It is Goldie versus PNA underscore indicator in the breakout. And at 2:16 p.m. ET, Goldie stands rank 1 with $972, while PNA underscore indicator sits rank 25 at negative $530.50. That is a canyon between first and the field.
At 2:15 p.m. ET, SMX exploded for Goldie, adding $932.50, flipping that symbol from negative 53 to positive $879.50 in a single surge.
Look at the swing power. Goldie blasted to a $10.99.50 peak and clawed up from a negative 113 trough, while PNA underscore indicator peaked at negative 24 and then sank to negative $530.50 by 2:16 p.m. ET.
Aggression check at 2:16 p.m. ET. Goldie has fired 3,700 shares across three stocks, while PNA underscore indicator pushed 1,390 shares across the same three names. That is triple the size from the leader.
Meanwhile, at 2:16 p.m. ETPNA underscore indicator is staring at negative $530.50, and every remaining minute in this elevated division feels heavier.
Groaning. The real backbone was that SMX sequence at 2:12 p.m. ET, adding $885, part of the chain that built Goldie to $972 by 2:16 p.m. ET.
Both traded three stocks, yet at 2:16 p.m. ET Goldie extracted $972, while PNA underscore indicator registers negative $530.50, indicating execution quality rather than diversification difference.
From negative 24 at 10:51 a.m. ET to negative $530.50 at 2:16 p.m. ET. PNA underscore indicator has been sliding all afternoon.
Leader versus struggler at 2:16 p.m. ET, $972 against negative $530.50. This is domination inside the same elevator cage. At 2:20 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still king of the breakout with $909.63, 12 trades deep, and guarding that $1,000 first prize.
MSFT just flipped the script at 2:19 p.m. ET for a Bijit Kaktikar, a $385 surge, ripping him from negative 258 to positive 127 on the symbol. That is a momentum resurrection. Gas Pinala's absolute chaos at 2:19 p.m. ET, slicing $1,459.45 of Varaprasad Goli on that print and shoving him deep to negative $1,751.34 overall.
Statistically relevant, SQQQ delivered $317.50 to Roshan Arpalan at 2:17 p.m. ET, stabilizing him at $373.50 and preserving third position.
With 1 hour and 40 minutes left, Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 2:20 p.m. ET is not just leading, he is daring the field to chase $909.63. At 2:24 p.m. ET Goldie, gold is your leader with $1154.50, reclaiming the throne and widening the gap in the breakout elevator.
SMX again at 2:23 p.m. ET, another $615 burst for Goldie Gold. That ticker is basically a rocket strapped to the leaderboard.
And do not ignore STLD, $440 added at 2:23 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold. That is discipline stacking while everyone else is panicking.
At 2:24 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds second place with $901.75 across 13 trades, statistically active yet currently overshadowed by the leader's acceleration.
Gasping, CRL and GLW just keep slicing Varaprasad Goli, minus $711.04 on CRL and minus $819.62 on GLW at 2:23 p.m. ET. That is back-to-back damage.
D-Dog is absolute chaos for Ravi Kirangoli. Another $2173.52 hit at 2:23 p.m. ET, and the floor just disappears.
SVR RIU had a $515 big win at 2:20 p.m. ET, but then SMX ripped $385 back out at 2:23 p.m. ET. That is whiplash trading.
Quietly efficient, Abhijit Kaktikar flipped MSFT for $385 at 2:19 p.m. ET, and now sits at $186 total by 2:24 p.m. ET. Small size, clean execution.
At 2:28 p.m. ET Goldie, gold is king of the breakout elevator at $1372 total P&L, and that SMX run just detonated the top of this leaderboard.
As of 2:28 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds second place at $901.75, a substantial but narrowing gap behind the $1372 summit.
Disaster on STRL at 2:26 p.m. ET. Varaprasad Goli dropped $1648.32 in a single update. That is a floor collapse.
Ravi Kirangoli takes a $23.18.96 hit on Didogi at 2:26 p.m. ET. That kind of red does not whisper, it screams margin pressure.
Quantitatively speaking, DDOG had already inflicted minus $2137.16 at 2:24 p.m. ET, so this 2:26 p.m. ET extension compounds an already critical drawdown.
Meanwhile, SMX turns trader for SVR Reju, minus $780 at 2:26 p.m. ET, flipping that symbol from positive $464.40 to negative $315.60.
From 2:23 p.m. ET through 2:26 p.m. ET, SMX delivered successive positive impulses of 615, 745, 885, and then $10 for Goldie Gold, a textbook momentum cascade.
1 hour and 32 minutes left in the session, and Goldie Gold sits on $1,372 at 2:28 p.m. ET. That $1,000 first prize is glowing. Goldie Gold is your leader at 2:32 p.m. ET with $1,182 on the board, and that late SMX surge has completely reshaped the breakout elevator division.
As of 2:32 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds second at $901.75, a substantial but narrowing buffer beneath the leader.
Groaning. SMX just chewed up SVR Raju for negative $745 at 2:30 p.m. ET, flipping a green cushion into a red bruise in minutes.
GASB GLW slammed Varaprasad Goli for negative $765.08 at 2:31 p.m. ET. That ticker is pure turbulence.
Sighing, Dido keeps digging for Ravi Kirangoli, another negative $2157.36 at 2:30 p.m. ET. That is not volatility, that is structural damage.
Abhijit Kaktikar flips MSFT for plus $361 at 2:30 p.m. ET. That is a clean reversal, carving a path back up the ranks.
SMX was not a one-hit wonder, plus $1015 at 2:29 p.m. ET, and plus $920 at 2:28 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold. That is back-to-back shockwaves.
Meanwhile, SMX clipped SVR Raju for negative $785 at 2:29 p.m. ET, and negative $780 at 2:26 p.m. ET. Same wave, different outcome.
1 hour and 28 minutes left in the session, and Goldie Gold is defending first at 2:32 p.m. ET. This is championship pace inside the breakout.
Screaming STRL already hit Varaprasad Goli for negative $1648.32 at 2:26 p.m. ET, and GLW piled on after. That is a combo you do not want.
Down at 2:32 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis sits at negative $18 overall, and with this little time left, the math is unforgiving.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla still holds second at 2:32 p.m. ET, but if another SMX-style eruption hits the tape, this podium could flip in seconds. (2:36 p.m. ET), and Sudhir Kumar Chitla has blasted past the four-figure mark, sitting at $1,006.75 as of 2:36 p.m. ET, the first trader over 1,000 in the breakout.
Goldie Gold remains in second at $937 as of 2:36 p.m. ET, stabilized after that SMX expansion earlier in the session, a disciplined 9-trade profile.
Abhijit Kaktikar just powered MSFT for a $338 gain at 2:35 p.m. ET, ripping from negative 64 to positive 274 on the symbol and climbing to sixth overall.
Groaning. STRL just wrecked Varaprasad Ghali for $1608.93 at 2:35 p.m. ET, ballooning that position from negative $481 to negative $2090.20. That is catastrophic risk control.
And D-Dog keeps hammering Ravi Kiran Goli at 2:33 and 2:34 p.m. ET with hits over $2,200 each. This ticker is pure volatility chaos.
With 1 hour and 24 minutes remaining, Sudhir Kumar Chitla leads by roughly $69.75 over Goldie Gold as of 2:36 p.m. ET, a measurable but fragile buffer.
2:40 p.m. ET, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla has detonated TSLA for $1,602.25 at 2:37 p.m. ET, rocketing to $1,084.25 overall as of 2:40 p.m. ET, and seizing first place with authority.
Goldie Gold squeezed another $425 out of SMX at 2:37 p.m. ET and is parked at $892 as of 2:40 p.m. ET. Steady grind, but still chasing a four-figure leader.
But STRL just hammered Varaprasad Goli for negative $1,421.07 at 2:38 p.m. ET, dragging him to negative $1,596.31 as of 2:40 p.m. ET. That is a vertical drop in the elevator.
Groaning AP flipped on Keshav Geek for negative $318.75 at 2:35 p.m. ET, settling him at negative $235.45 as of 2:40 p.m. ET. Momentum cuts both ways.
$2:44 p.m. ET, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is king of the breakout at $1,084.25 as of 2:44 p.m. ET, the $1,000 prize glowing in his hands.
Goldie Gold stabilizes in second at $932 as of 2:44 p.m. ET, an impressive recovery arc after earlier turbulence.
Chuckius MX handed him $535 at 2:41 p.m. ET, and that single push kept him glued to the podium.
Do not sleep on Madhav S. Ravi. TSLA printed $580 at 2:43 p.m. ET and he rockets into third with $585 total.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, DDOG carved another $1,943.24 from Ravi Kiran Kohli, entrenching him at negative $2,045.92 as of 2:44 p.m. ET.
SMX turned trader at 2:41 p.m. ET, ripping $305 from SVR Raju and knocking his momentum sideways.
TSLA was stacking at 236, 237, 240, and 243 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That ticker is basically his personal elevator button.
With 1 hour and 16 minutes remaining, the gap between Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $1,084.25 and Goldie Gold at $932 as of 2:44 p.m. ET is statistically narrow.
D-Dog is pure chaos energy. 3 consecutive gut punches between 2:36 p.m. ET and 2:43 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Kohli.
As of 2:44 p.m. ET, 15 trades executed, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla maintains first-place control, a balanced aggression profile.
One hot TSLA reversal at 2:37 p.m. ET built the cushion. Now everyone else has to chase into the close.
$2:48 p.m. ET and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is breaking the sound barrier with $1084.25 at 2:48 p.m. ET. He has blasted past the $1,000 mark and sees full control of the breakout.
CEMEX is a rocket ship again. At 2:46 p.m. ET, it pumped $435 into Goldie Gold stack, and you can feel that podium pressure building.
TSLA did the heavy lifting. At 2:46 p.m. ET, it printed $713 from Adolf Lavi. One swing, clean execution, no overtrading nonsense.
And TSLA answered again at 2:46 p.m. ET with $624.25 for Harsh Goyal. That electric momentum is dragging him up the standings.
The compounding is severe. STRL at 2:47 p.m. ET removed $1,580.65 from Varaprasad Kohli, a cascading erosion across correlated positions.
With 1 hour and 12 minutes left, Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $1084.25 at 2:48 p.m. ET is not just leading, he is daring the field to catch him.
Till 48 p.m. ET, SVR Joe remains active with 29 trades and $459.40 total, high-frequency engagement with moderate net efficiency.
It is 2:52 p.m. ET, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still the king at $1,084.25 as of 2:52 p.m. ET, breaking through the $1,000 barrier with authority.
At 2:50 p.m. ET, that $692 TSLA realization accounts for the overwhelming majority of Madhav S. Ravi's $753 total, a remarkably concentrated performance profile.
Gasping TSLA again at 2:49 p.m. ET, $520.50 for Harsh Goyal, and that surge is why he is breathing down the podium with $620.75 at 2:52 p.m. ET.
But the arena is ruthless. At 2:51 p.m. ETSTRL, rip $1,577.62 from Varaprasad Goli, and GLW piled on another $843.86, a double hammer to the soul.
And D-Dog at 2:49 p.m. ET carved out $1,971.52 from Ravi Kirangoli, the kind of hit that buries you in last place quick.
And it did not stop. BTU slammed him for another $541.36 at 2:51 p.m. ET, and STRL clipped $387.84 more at 2:51 p.m. ET. It is a cascade.
At 2:56 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is crushing the summit with $1,084.25. He has broken the $1,000 barrier, and the throne of the breakout is glowing.
TSLA just keeps printing for Madhav S. Ravi, $651 at 2:55 p.m. ET on that symbol, and he is rocketing into third with one trade of pure precision.
TSLA handed Harsh Goyal $544.25 at 2:55 p.m. ET. Clean strike, no drama, just efficient damage and fourth place stability.
D-Dog gives a wrecking ball, negative $1,959.40 at 2:55 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli, and the basement just keeps getting deeper.
groaning, and GLW already tagged him earlier for negative $978.69 at 2:54 p.m. ET. That is what overexposure looks like when the tape turns.
Contextually, at 2:56 p.m. ET, the spread from first place at $1084.25 to third at $654 represents a material cushion, yet a single high beta impulse could compress it rapidly.
Screaming BTU clipped another $581.76 at 2:52 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. It is red after red after red, and the clock is not his friend.
Three p.m. in New York, and SVR Raju is on top of the breakout with $1134.40 as of 3 p.m. ET. The elevator doors are wide open.
Then 2:59 p.m. ET, TSLA resolved to a $518 gain for Harsh Goyal, a statistically clean expansion that stabilizes him at $518 total by 3 p.m. ET.
One trade, one strike. TSLA hammered $651 at 2:55 p.m. ET for Madhav's Ravi, and he is sitting third with $652 at 3 p.m. ET. That is sniper energy.
The damage compounded as GLW removed $893.85 at 2:56 p.m. ET, reinforcing a severe negative deviation profile for Varaprasad Gholi.
Do not sleep on Sudhir Kumar Chitla, $1084.25 at 3 p.m. ET, and stalking first place with only $50 between him and Glory.
Sequential SMX prints of $405 at 2:56 p.m. ET $580 at 2:57 p.m. ET, and $635 at 2:59 p.m. ET, illustrate controlled escalation for SVR RAJ rather than random spike behavior.
1 hour left in the session, and SVR Raju leads at $1134.40 as of 3 p.m. ET. That $1,000 first prize is glowing. At 3:04 p.m. ET, SVR Raju sits on top of the breakout with $1,224.40, and that SMX run in the last 5 minutes lit the elevator on fire.
With 56 minutes remaining as of 3:04 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds second at $1084.25, a narrowing margin beneath the leader.
Gasping, and it did not stop. Another $340 gone at 3:03 p.m. ET on SMX. That ticker is pure chaos.
Madhav's Ravi launched TSLA for $714 at 3:02 p.m. ET, and with a single strike, he is parked in third at $628 total.
Harsh Goyal earlier captured $518 on TSLA at 2:59 p.m. ET, a disciplined entry that currently secures fourth place at 3:04 p.m. ET.
That is after a $779.72 CRL hit at 3:01 p.m. ET. It is like the floor keeps dropping away.
DDOG just slammed Ravi Kirangoli for $2108.88 at 3:02 p.m. ET. That is a leaderboard breaker. At 3:07 p.m., ETSVR RAJU detonated SMX for $762.50, and that blast has locked him into first place with $1,249.40 as of 3:08 p.m. ET.
As of 3:08 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds second at $1084.25, approximately $165 behind the leader, a margin that remains statistically bridgeable within 52 minutes.
And do not forget the $945 pop at 3:02 p.m. ET on SMX. That is combo damage.
First place is not just surviving, it is expanding at 3:04 p.m. ET. SVR RAG commanding the elevator with authority.
With 56 minutes left in the session as of 3:04 p.m. ET, the top three remain tightly clustered relative to the prize tiers of $1,500 and $250. Conversely, SMX reversed sharply against Goldie Gold, subtracting $370 at 3:06 p.m. ET and eroding prior gains, leaving him at $172 as of 3:08 p.m. ET.
The breakout is living up to its name. Green rockets at the top, red sinkholes at the bottom, and less than an hour to decide the throne. 52 minutes left in the breakout, and SVR Arju stands tall at $1,249.40 as of 3:08 p.m. ET. But with Sudhir Kumar Chitla lurking, this elevator is still climbing at full speed. At 3:12 p.m. ET, SVR RAG stands atop the breakout with $1,249.40, 31 trades deep, and still dictating the tempo of this elevator.
TSLA detonated at 3:10 p.m. ET for Madhav Sravi, a $776 blast that rocketed him to $776 total and straight into third place with only 2 trades.
TSLA did the same trick at 3:11 p.m. ET for Harsh Goyal, adding $338 and padding him to $333 on the board. Clean timing when the tape was hot.
Absolute carnage at 3:11 p.m. ET. GLW slammed Varaprasad Goli for negative $705.99, part of a brutal cascade that has him near the bottom of the standings.
Groaning, D-Dog keeps chewing on Ravi Kirangoli. At 3:10 p.m. ET, it carved out negative $20.96.76, and by 3:11 p.m. ET, another negative $20.40.20 update sealed the damage.
Remember the surge at 3:07 p.m. ET. SMX pumped $762.50 into SVR Jew. That was the ignition that built this $1249 summit.
GLW and STRL have been repeat offenders all afternoon for Varaprasad Goli, stacked red prints at 3:08, 3:09 and 3:11 p.m. ET. That is what overexposure looks like in real time.
At 3:16 p.m. ET, SVR Jew stands tall at $1249.40, 31 trades deep and defending that $1,000 first prize like a champion of the breakout.
TSLA just detonated at 3:10 p.m. ET for Madhav Sravi, a $776 hit that planted him at 776 total and rocketed him into third with only 2 trades.
TSLA paid Harsh Goyal $395 at 3:13 p.m. ET and followed with another $364 at 3:15 p.m. ET. That is efficient stacking instead of overtrading.
GLW smashed Varaprasad Goli for negative $781.74 at 3:09 p.m. ET, and then ripped another negative $692.36 at 3:15 p.m. ET. That ticker is pure turbulence.
Groaning, D-Dog has been relentless. Another negative $20.96.76 at 3:10 p.m. ET, and a brutal negative $20.20 at 3:14 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. That is how you end up buried at negative 1852 by 3:16 p.m. ET.
The breakout elevator is shaking. $1249.40 versus $1084.25 at 3:16 p.m. ET. First and second are separated by inches, not miles. Traders compare mode is live. 40 minutes left in the breakout elevator, and this is a rank 22 versus rank 23 knife fight.
As of 3:20 p.m. ET, Foggy holds rank 22 at negative $298.95, narrowly ahead of Lakangursali at rank 23 with negative $303.60, a razor-thin gap at this snapshot.
Gasping look at the swing. Foggy peaked at $1.80 before crashing to negative $298.95 by 3:20 p.m. ET, while Lakangursali topped out at negative $1.40 and sank as deep as negative $323.60.
At 3:20 p.m. ET, Foggy is sitting at negative $298.95, and every cent of that is realized, no cushion, no open hope left on the board.
Compare the posture, Foggy fully realized at negative $298.95 versus Lakangursali, partially exposed at negative $303.60 total, as of 3:20 p.m. ET, structurally different risk profiles.
Rank 22 versus rank 23 at 3:20 p.m. ET, negative $298.95 against negative $303.60. This is a $5 battlefield.
Lakangursali's trough hit negative $323.60 before stabilizing to negative $303.60 at 3:20 p.m. ET, statistically a modest recovery from the low.
"40 minutes left until the 4 p.m. ET close, and this elevated division does not forgive hesitation.
Low activity on both sides, yet at 3:20 p.m. ET they are separated by less than $5, negative $298.95 versus negative $303.60. That is how tight the mid-table gets.
Foggy diversified across 3 stocks for negative $298.95 by 3:20 p.m. ET, whereas Lakangursali concentrated into 2 stocks for negative $303.60, a classic breadth versus concentration debate.
Lakangursali still carries negative $25 unrealized at 3:20 p.m. ET on top of negative $303.60 total. There is still a pulse in that position. "3:24 p.m. ET, and the throne belongs to SVR Raju at $1,249.40 as of 3:24 p.m. ET, the new king of the breakout, with 36 minutes left in the session.
MSFT just flipped the script at 3:22 p.m. ET, plus $300 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and that is a clean green injection into his climb.
Groaning, CRL ripped $737.30 out of Varaprasad Goli at 3:23 p.m. ET, and that is after a string of earlier hits. This is not volatility, this is punishment.
Gasping, and STRL piled on another $905.97 of damage at 3:23 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. That ticker is a falling elevator with the door stuck open.
DDOG slammed Ravi Kiran Goli for $2,032.12 at 3:23 p.m. ET, a catastrophic swing that cements him at the bottom of the table.
The compounding effect is severe. Ravi Kiran Goli now shows negative $1,835.84 as of 3:24 p.m. ET, the widest deficit on the board.
Mad at Half's Ravi is quietly lethal in third at $776 as of 3:24 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. That is efficiency bordering on surgical. (3:28 p.m. ET) and SVR Araju is back on the throne with $1,249.40 as of 3:28 p.m. ET, 31 trades deep and still swinging like a champion.
TSLA just keeps printing for Harsh Goyal, $448.75 at 3:27 p.m. ET. That is pure late game acceleration.
Groaning. SMX just gutted Goldie Gold for negative $365 at 3:27 p.m. ET. That is how you go from hero run to hard reality in 60 seconds.
MSFT flips green for Abhijit Kaktakar plus $300 at 3:22 p.m. ET, and that reversal energy is clawing him up the middle of the board.
Sighing D-Dog torched Ravi Kirangoli for negative $2,032.12 at 3:23 p.m. ET. That kind of drawdown buries you at 3:28 p.m. ET, with negative $1,948.96 overall.
$32 minutes left in the breakout, and SVR Araju at $1,249.40 as of 3:28 p.m. ET is staring down that $1,000 first prize. 3:32 p.m. ET, and SVRR Jew stands tall with $1,249.40 as of 3:32 p.m. ET, 31 trades deep and still defending the $1,000 throne.
Statistically fascinating, Madhov S.R. Ravi remains third with $776 as of 3:32 p.m. ET on only 2 trades, an efficiency curve bordering on mathematical elegance.
But SMX turned savage, ripping $555 from Goldie Gold at 3:31 p.m. ET. That ticker flipped from hero to villain in seconds.
STRL compounds the pressure, subtracting $1026.16 from Varaprasad Goli at 3:29 p.m. ET, a volatility cascade across correlated positions.
With 28 minutes left in the breakout, SVR leads by about $165 over Sudhir Kumar Chitla as of 3:32 p.m. ET, the $1,000 prize still blazing at the top. "3:36 p.m. ET, and SVR Jew stands alone at the top with $1,249.40 as of 3:36 p.m. ET, 31 trades of relentless pressure in the breakout.
TSLA again at 3:34 p.m. ET, $438.75 for Harsh Goyal, and that rocket fuel locks him at $357.50 as of 3:36 p.m. ET. That is a podium sniff.
STRL detonates again at 3:35 p.m. ET, negative $1,128.17 for Varaprasad Goli, and he is buried at negative $1,684.68 as of 3:36 p.m. ET.
D-Doge printed a $1951.32 loss at 3:34 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Kohli, extending a sequence of cascading drawdowns and anchoring him at negative $1703.53 as of 3:36 p.m. ET.
Meanwhile, Madhav S. Ravi is cool in third at $776 as of 3:36 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. That is sniper level efficiency in an arena of chaos.
They give $658.75 as of 3:36 p.m. ET. Niraj Arora faces a steep probabilistic climb with limited session time remaining.
24 minutes left, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is defending $1084.25 as of 3:36 p.m. ET, but SVR Arju is towering above. The $1,000 first prize is glowing. "3:40 p.m. ET, and SVR Arju stands atop the breakout with $1,249.40 as of 3:40 p.m. ET, 31 trades deep and still swinging like a champion.
TSLA keeps firing, $412.50 at 3:39 p.m. ET for Harsh Goyal, and that electric surge shoved him up the ladder.
Groaning. SMX ripped $920 out of Goldie Gold at 3:39 p.m. ET. That is a podium dream turning into a margin call nightmare.
D-Dog strikes again at 3:39 p.m. ET, slashing $1,349.36 from Ravi Kiran Kohli. That ticker is a wrecking ball.
Gasping, CRL detonated for negative $634.28 at 3:39 p.m. ET on Varaprasad Kohli, and the volatility is not done.
Madhav S. Ravi remains third with $776 as of 3:40 p.m. ET. remarkably achieved with only 2 trades, a study in capital efficiency.
$20 left in the session, and SVR Raju at $1,249.40 as of 3:40 p.m. ET is defending that $1,000 first prize with fire. $3:44 p.m. ET, and SVR Raju stands atop the breakout with $1,249.40 as of 3:44 p.m. ET. The throne has changed hands, and the arena can feel it.
Cemex just nuked Goldie Gold again at 3:43 p.m. ET, minus $1,245 on that candle, and the chart looks like it fell down an elevator shaft.
That SMX sequence from 3:39 p.m. ET through 3:43 p.m. ET turned a green cushion into a red crater for Goldie Gold. That is what overexposure feels like.
D-Dog is relentless. At 3:43 p.m. ET, it slashed $1,159.48 from Ravi Kirangoli, and the floor keeps dropping away.
Gaspi RL and CRL double tapped Varaprasad Goli at 3:41 p.m. ET, $952.43 on STRL after earlier CRL hits. That is combo damage.
When CRL and STRL both bleed you within minutes like that around 3:40 p.m. ET, you are not trading anymore, you are surviving.
Meanwhile, TSLA keeps Harsh Goyal alive. At 3:43 p.m. ET, it printed $398.75, and that thrust is why he is holding forth as of 3:44 p.m. ET.
31 trades and $1,249.40 at 3:44 p.m. ET for SVR Arju. He is speedrunning the leaderboard.
And at 3:44 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora is staring at negative $540.95. This late in the session that is a mountain with no oxygen.
3:48 p.m. ET, and SVR Raju stands tall with $1249.40 as of 3:48 p.m. ET, a late session takeover with 12 minutes left in the breakout.
TSLA just detonated at 3:47 p.m. ET, $577.50 for Harsh Goyal, and that blast rockets him up to $571.25 overall.
MSFT flipped the script at 3:47 p.m. ET, $332 realized for Abhijit Kaktikar, dragging him
D-Dog E
cleanly into
strikes
positive
again
territory.
at 3:47 p.m. ET, negative
Gaspin SCRL nuked him at
$15.44 for
3:47
Ravi
p.m. ET,
Kirangoli, and the floor is gone beneath him.
$1,190.79, ripped from Varaprasad Goli, and the volatility is unreal.
The clustering is severe. CRL at 3:47 p.m. ET removed $650.44, while GLW extracted $905.97, a correlated cascade against Varaprasad Goli.
Madhav's Ravi is holding third with $776 as of 3:48 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. Surgical precision under playoff pressure. Eight minutes left in the breakout, and SVR Raju stands tall with $1,249.40 as of 3:52 p.m. ET, the $1,000 prize glowing right above his head.
Screaming at TSLA just blasted $681.25 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Harsh Goyal. That is pure electric momentum, and it is why he is storming the upper ranks.
Groaning, SMX ripped $910 away at 3:51 p.m. ET from Goldie Gold, a brutal reversal that shoved him deep into the red at negative $583 as of 3:52 p.m. ET.
Gasping D-Dog just hammered Ravi Kirangoli for $1,632.16 at 3:51 p.m. ET. That is a collapse spiral, and he is drowning at negative $1,492.44 as of 3:52 p.m. ET.
Sequential drawdowns in GLW and STRL culminated at 3:51 p.m. ET with losses of $974.15 and $1157.46 respectively, statistically devastating for Varaprasad Gholi.
Do not blink on the podium fight matter. S. Ravi holds $776 as of 3:52 p.m. ET, and one more TSLA style eruption could flip this entire top three. Four minutes left in the breakout, and as of 3:56 p.m. ET, SVR Araju is still king at $1249.40. The elevator doors are trying to close, but he is holding them open with pure conviction.
TSLA just blasted $562.50 at 3:55 p.m. ET for Harsh Goyal, and that is a last-minute rocket trying to claw into podium territory.
Groaning. SMX ripped $525 out of Goldie Gold at 3:55 p.m. ET. That is volatility with a vendetta, and it shoved him deeper into the red.
DDoG detonated for negative $1510.96 at 3:54 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Gholi. That is not a pullback. That is a leaderboard collapse.
MSFT added $323 at 3:52 p.m. ET for Abhijit Kaktikar, a late session efficiency spike that lifted him firmly into the upper midfield cluster.
And do not forget, Madhahav's Ravi sitting third at $776 as of 3:56 p.m. ET. Two trades, surgical precision, and still in striking distance of that $1,000 glory.
With the market covered 6 hours and 26 minutes and only 4 minutes until the 4 p.m. ET close, SVR Araju at $1249.40 as of 3:56 p.m. ET holds a probabilistic edge that now borders on decisive.
The closing bell has rung at 4 p.m. ET, and SVR REGU finishes the breakout at $1249.40 as of 3:59 p.m. ET, 31 trades of pure elevator dominance.
Two trades, that is it, and Madhav Esravi locks third at $776 as of 3:59 p.m. ET. That is sniper efficiency on the podium.
Groaning. GLW absolutely detonated Varaprasad Goli for negative $1142.31 at 3:59 p.m. ET, dragging him down to negative $1245.33 on the day.
And just 1 minute earlier at 3:58 p.m. ET, CRL ripped another negative $1,007.98. It was a volatility avalanche into the close.
STRL tried to resurrect Ravi Kiran Goli with a $905.97 surge at 3:59 p.m. ET, but the damage from earlier swings keeps him at negative $558.19 as of 3:59 p.m. ET. But the damage from earlier swings keeps him at negative $558.19 as of 3:59 p.m. ET. But the damage from earlier swings keeps him at negative $558.19 as of 3:59 p.m. ET. But the damage from earlier swings keeps him at negative $558.19.